Hello, Diablo. Hello, hello. I decided to give AI a benchmark, a nice and easy question to answer. Three cutting edge models failed to answer it correctly, but gave working answers. I mean, that tends to match my experience. Like, the thing usually, if you ask it something trivial, then it will do a fine job. If you ask it something where you're like an expert of that field, then you will essentially be asking it a hard question, even though for you might not seem particularly hard, and it's going to, do a mediocre job at that point. So I don't know. I'm honestly like the novelty factor for LLMs has uh run off I don't know, a while ago. At this point for me it's just like I don't know, boring tool, whatever. Hello, Misk. Okay, so 0.16 isn't quite out yet. Hello, Karim. You are totally correct. 0.16 is not out yet, but it will be soon. And essentially, I will updating Zine to the latest unstable build of 0.16 that we currently have. So, master branch essentially, because it as we are nearing the release date, it there's not going to be any particularly big changes at this point from now to when the 0.16 release gets tagged. And also, we need new Zine because we use Zine for the Zig website. So to update the website, we need to have a version of Zine that compiles with the new version of Zig. It's not a strict requirement. Like, it doesn't have to be like this strictly necessarily. You could have I make releases of Zine, so we could use a pre-built release of Zine and everything would be fine. But the thing is that we are now using it through this build system. We are also using the build system to produce artifacts, so it's a bit more annoying. Okay, Diablo, keep posting. I'll make sure to read your comment, but I'm gonna go make something in the meantime. So give me a second, getting tea ready, and then we're gonna start with the stream. So you're saying it's quite okay updating to master right now? If you want to, be ahead of the curve, sure. Be aware that once the release does come out, you will have release notes, which will help you with the upgrade process. So that might be, it might be that you try to update now and then something will not be immediately obvious because it requires some knowledge that you don't have. That, I mean, it's always information that you can find out about. So there's no like incredibly complicated change. Even in this release that is more catastrophic than past releases, given that the whole IO system has changed. That being said, if you don't feel like you have a good grasp of how the new IO stuff works and you don't want to do, the job of figuring things out yourself or having to ask around, then the release notes might help you. at least to some degree. I cannot promise you that the release notes will, explain everything start to finish to a degree where you do not need any help whatsoever ever. But they will certainly be a help. So pick your own adventure, I would say. Pretty excited for 0.16. Oh yeah, hello Ant-Man. Also hello Bifrail. Yeah, pretty exciting. Oh man, by the way, I saw that the new NeoVim release has an experimental build.zig in it. That is neat. By the way, do you guys have at NeoVim have any blocker that makes it harder to implement things that your current build scripts have? I'm actually curious. But that being said, sorry, I need to get this going. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, tea is brewing. So let's see. I was really wanting to play with IO, but waiting for the notes might be better. I don't know. It depends. Also, Karim, if you're still around, you can take a look at what it is for me, like the experience, and then decide for yourself. This is not a blocker, but would enable us to make our builds incremental. Let's take a look. What is this? Fix cache. Handle missing cache hits when chaining two run steps. Oh, I think I saw this one. Yeah, so second run step depends on output from the first run step. And then I'm guessing you rerun the first step, but it produces the same exact output. So you will want to skip running the second step, but that's currently not the case. Is that it? Let's see. Assume that step 2 takes much more time than step 1. So if you change this, which produces an identical output, yeah, then you would want to not rerun step 2. However, this does not work yet as the hash of the input C leaks into the file name of the cached output, output1.h. Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. 0.16 is not released yet, right? Correct. I'm doing it a little bit ahead of the curve because we need to have a new version of Zine for the Zig website. So this needs to be ready for the actual proper release. Will 0.16 use LLVM 22? Good question. I believe so. Yes. I believe so. Yep. It will be LLVM 22. Okay. So didn't everything release always update to the latest LVM version? It tries to, yeah. It tries to, but I believe that right now with this release cycle, we are a little bit out of sync with regards to LVM because usually Zig tries to update soon as LVM updates as well. Um, but um, but this release cycle was mostly like the release date was not based on a fixed date or like following or in order to follow LLVM's release schedule. So it was about getting evented IO. No, sorry, I shouldn't say evented IO. I should say async IO out of the door, and that has changed a lot of things. So that's why also it wasn't immediately obvious to me. Okay, so here's what I've been doing. I've updated, I believe, either all my dependencies to Zine or close to, because I believe no, this is where I stopped. So we are trying to build SuperMD. Okay, so check this out. As a quick recap for people who don't remember, Zine is a static site generator and has its own ecosystem of dependencies, most of which are made by me. So I'm updating my own dependencies. And there's like a graph that they make up. So you have at the bottom, is this also on Twitch? Yes, it is. We have at the bottom Scripty and Ziggy as packages that don't have any dependencies in turn or any, let's say, relevant dependencies. Then we have super HTML, and then we have super MD. Super MD depends on super HTML, Ziggy and Scripty. And so here you can see that I'm trying to build SuperMD, and I'm using a new feature of Zig, which, by the way, if you have not used 0.16, like unstable builds of 0.16 dev, this is going to be amazing for you. So the idea is you locally have a checkout of your dependencies, and you clone the repo locally, you make changes, and then you can use --fork. --fork replaces every time a package with the same package name and fingerprint that you have in your that is part of your package, it replaces it basically resolves every time something depends on SuperHTML or Ziggy, the resolution will be redirected to your local fork without having to change your zone files. If you have watched me in the past do work, you remember me juggling going from having a dependency defined as a remote repository and a hash to a local to .path, and then switching it back and then committing, pushing. Then sometimes you discover problems after the fact, blah, 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 blah. This is all replaced by just adding --fork, whatever the path is, to the package that you're developing locally. These are obviously temporary flags. These are flags that you use while updating your dependencies. You don't tell your users that the correct way of building your dependency is to use --fork. That is not what you do, which is why this is a flag and not something that you can hard code more easily. But this means that, for example, here I have SuperMD, and I have local updates to my other dependencies. Oh, and the reason why this is convenient, among other things, it's these with just one CLI flag, this applies to all zone files, dependencies of dependencies. For example, in my dependency graph, SuperHTML depends on Scripty, SuperMD depends on Scripty, and I just specified once and they both resolved to the right thing. But on top of that, it means that you don't have to make like commits that you regret, because it turns out that there were more things that you needed to fix, which is especially likely in my case, because these are dependencies, are libraries that you're meant to use and to embed in other projects. And so they each have their own tests, but there's always this one corner case thing, integration thing, that is not well covered. And so I do occasionally discover that there's tiny things that I forgot to fix. So with this, everything is solved very quickly. Okay, so long story short, I fixed also my dependencies, and now I have this tool here called DocGen, which is a thing in SuperMD that basically is used to generate reference documentation for SuperMD, and I need to update that. You need to update your build.zig for that? No. How does it know the correct name of the dependency? It knows the correct name of the dependency because it looks at the dependency's zone file. Your zone file will have a fingerprint, which identifies uniquely your package, and that is what will be matched. It is off the menu. Well, I know if you consider Zine meat, then no, meat is back on the menu, I guess. Okay, so how does this update look like? Now we have juicy main, so we can do init. Our main can accept a magic parameter where we say init is going to be std.process.init. This is defined in the standard library. By the way, I call it magic, but it's kind of a joke because if you think this is a magic parameter, then you're thinking that main is what the OS calls, but main is not what your operating system calls ever. So in std. I think it's start. In std.start, you see the actual start code. And Linux and company, this is the entry point of your executable. It's called _start. Windows has something else depending on if it's a GUI application or not. So wwin main CRT, whatever the fuck. So there's I think these are the Windows ones. In any case, these are the actual entry points. And so long story short, Zig has always been calling your main function from another Zig function. And it was already doing some magic because you could already define main either as a main that returns an error union or not, returns void. You can also have a main that returns U8. And so how do all these things work? Because they work because in std.start, there's a thing that takes that inspects the return type of your main function, and depending on what it is that it returns, deals with it in a different way. So, for example, if your main function returns void, then we call the main function and return 0, because you have to remember in operating systems, your process is supposed to have a exit code. So this is how we do the success exit code if your main cannot fail. And then there's a bunch of other special case thing, etc., etc. Also, this one is a EFI main. Wait, never mind. EFI main is a little bit different. Where's a more normal one? Where's a Linux one? It was actually underscore start. Show me underscore start. I mean, the logic is kind of the same. It's just some assembly, blah 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 blah. POSIX, call main and exit. There we go. POSIX, call main and exit. Where's my branching on STD process exit call main with args? Okay. Returns call main. Okay, we're getting there. So there's a bunch of abstraction in here, but it's wrap main. God damn it. Okay, what does wrap main do? Okay, there we go. Wrap main is the thing that does the return type analysis. So if it's void, returns 0. If it's no return, it's unreachable. If it's U8, returns whatever result we got. Otherwise, this is the case where it's an error union. It prints the error trace. And then it looks at the unwrapped result. So if the unwrapped result is void, then does return 0. Otherwise, returns the number. Otherwise, it's a compile error because your function is like returning a struct, and Zig doesn't know what to do with a struct, for example. So this is the code that deals with this stuff. In any case, there's a new piece of magic, or rather a new piece of logic in std.start that basically gives you parameters based on what you ask. The main way is to ask an std process init. You can also ask a minimal init, which is essentially a more lightweight version. The full init has everything that you have with minimal, because it literally has a minimal field in it. But then it also sets up an arena for you, sets up a general purpose allocator, sets up an IO instance, and also creates a map of, like a hash map of environment variables. The minimal one gives you access to the environment variables, but it doesn't build a hash map. It gives you arguments, but then it doesn't do any of the other stuff. So in our case, we're fine with the non-minimal init. And guess what? We don't need to make a GPA anymore. We don't need to make an arena anymore. So arena is literally going to be init.arena.allocator, because we already have one. Then fs cwd is going to become io.dir cwd. Then also this thing, args alloc, const args equals cd, no, init minimal args dot, I think it's to slice. Also, this is catchum because this main returns cannot error route, but I think I would just want to make this error route and then just use try. I don't see why I did it the other way around. But who knows? Maybe we'll find out that there was a reason why I didn't do it this way. Is 0.16 live? No, I'm updating. I'm updating the code of my select set generator because we need it for the Zig website. Oh yeah. Let's see. So I phrased them as to ask questions, but essentially, needle in a haystack. You have a list of structs. In the struct, you have a string field. Give me a list of starts with matches, but while searching, if you find an exact match, stop matching and return that result alone. I expected the LLMs to be able to ask that. And give one of two acceptable answers depending on how it decides what optimal is. All three of them gave some variation of for loop iter find invocation twice. Once for exact match, and once for list of starts with matches. Really? That's absolute trash. So it's giving you the fancy functional style version, but at the same time not all that fancy because it doesn't distinguish between a full match and a prefix match. Like it doesn't know how to do that at the same time, all at once. Quen, Gemma, Mistral. Mm-hmm. You should try asking ChatGPT, the new ChatGPT, and maybe also Cloud Code. But I think ChatGPT may be better, given what people say. I thought Zig is more into snake case as normal convention. Isn't there much of this in 0.16? No, Zig is not moving to snake case. Zig changed enum cases to be snake case. Previously, enum cases were camel, actually Pascal case, I think. Yeah, they were Pascal case, but now they are snake case. But that's just the one thing. Types still have Pascal case. Types that have fields that are not namespaces. So structs and unions that have fields. Functions still stay camel case. So that's it. IO outfile writer. Actually, writer wants the IO instance here. Um, Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what else we need to fix here. Context.zig. Root source file struct root has no member named dynamic. Wait, who took that away? Interesting. I consider them greatly inferior models. Well, you should try. I think you should try them. People. I think that in general these models are better than the other ones that you mentioned, according to what people say. So I think that you can get out of them something more clever than the crap that you got from the other models. Did you come back to Vim from Helix? No, I actually went the other direction. So you might argue, depending on your taste, you might argue that Helix is not mature enough. That's fair. But I actually went for something more unstable than Helix, or rather, unstable has a negative connotation that I don't mean to say. Something less mature than Helix. I'm using Flow. I'm using Flow Control, and I'm using it with Helix keybinds. Yeah. Okay, let's see context. So here I have something that has dynamic. Oh, you know what? I think I renamed these things in Ziggy and I forgot how this new stuff works because it's a change that I did to Ziggy and I don't remember the details. But basically, I renamed some things. So dynamic now is uppercase. And I think it still has a map type in it. Let's double check. Dynamic has dictionary. Okay, yeah, I renamed it to dictionary. Is it nested in here? It is. Now, is a dictionary already? No, okay, this is because it could be a dictionary of anything. So you still have to do a dictionary of dynamic if you want this. So this is correct. Okay, I'm starting to remember. Oh, at type. This has changed to, so we don't have a type anymore. Now they are having split into a bunch of separate add functions. And also they don't accept a struct anymore. They accept multiple arguments. So if we look at the base k, you can see this one's layout, which we have. Backing integer, which we probably want to leave null in this context. Field names, field types, field attributes. Oh, and then returns a struct. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is gonna be you know what? I'm gonna comment this out so I can get help from ZLS. Yeah, okay, so auto, then null, then field names. And apparently here I'm creating a struct with a single field that contains value. Stringify union. Oh, wait. Why are we inside Ziggy? Oh shit, I'm editing inside Ziggy. No, we do not do that. We do not do that because, wait, also, why are we doing this? Oh, okay, so that's what the problem is. The problem is ZLS doesn't know that we are using a local Ziggy. So this error is actually fine, probably. Like this is not a real error. Let's take a look at what happens with the build here. Union dynamic has no member. Name dictionary. Really? Oh no, because dynamic is also in here. Oh, okay. So we probably, I guess we expose it directly then. I hope so. Where's my root file? Oh no, we don't. Yeah, are you serious? We really do not expose that at all? That is bad. There you go. I wonder if this has messed up our tests because now we are testing more code. Okay, so this is all well and good. So now here I can do this. now we build. So it wasn't that bad. Let's see what people are saying. To be fair to them, I wouldn't try them on the 3 tier, and I'm not going to pay them. I'm fine with not paying them. I think that you will get more mileage out of the 3 tier anyway. I think they're cleverer even on their 3 tier. Let's see. I've been having a lot of fun with Zig lately, especially with comtime. One pitfall, though, is that I often want both a comtime and runtime variant of the same function. I don't think you do. Which currently, still pretty new to Zig, leads to a lot of duplicate and spaghetti code. Okay, glad that you're having fun, Quint. I think it's a good rite of passage that you go all out with comtime. Do all the wildest shit that comes to your mind. Every, kinky thing that you can do with comtime, go and do it so that you get it out of your system. Once you become a more mature Zig developer, I promise you the best Zig projects, programs, libraries, and whatever, do not go overboard with comtime. They just sprinkle some here and there, like salt. It's not a main ingredient. Comtime should not be a main ingredient of almost every single package out there. It should just be like a spice, essentially. I want to ask a few questions I collected over the last few months using Zig, but also I don't want to distract you. No, go for them. That's no problem. I'm doing this work live on stream precisely because I'm fine with being distracted. If I wanted to focus on the work, I would not be doing this live. Really love Flow. Only thing stopping me from completely replacing VS Code with Flow is the cursorless extension I use for Vim like voice control. Oh, I see. Does Flow have plugins? I think that Neurosite's answer to this question is yes, if you are willing to write them in Zig and you push them either you put them in a fork of Flow that you own, or you are willing to PR your plugin. So long story short, no, it doesn't. I think it might eventually, but at the moment, it doesn't. Waka time. I don't know what's Waka time. What's the screen size and resolution of my Mac? This is right now 2K. It's 16 by 9 2K. Screen size. This is a Mac Mini, so I'm just using LG Ultra Gear monitor. I think 27-inch. So Quint, if you have a not too insane example of a function that you feel like you want to have the comtime version of in the runtime version of, as long as they're not too complicated, copy paste them into a snippet. You can put those on zigbin.io. Yeah, and share the Zigbin link, and I'll take a look, and I'll give you some feedback if you want. .32-inch 4K QD Quad OLED has arrived. 32-inch, that is a lot. Well, I have two monitors. I think that for me, given the fact that I always want to have more than one monitor, and I want both of them to be like, I'm going to say, to have equal importance, I think 27 is the right size for me. I don't really see myself going above that easily. I know that some people have like one big monitor and then a smaller monitor on top of it. That's also a reasonable setup, but I'm not going for that, and I don't think I'll try to do that very likely. So yeah. Okay, so we got SuperMD working, or rather building. Let's see if we can run the test command. Will the test command run? By the way, I don't remember which tests I have, so we'll see. a trio of 24-inch 1080p IPSs. Eventually, one died, replaced it with another 24-inch 1080p. My examples are pretty insane. I've been experimenting with parsers. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we caught something. We have an array list unmanaged error set to this. So this also changed with this release. So let's go update that. Source asc.zig. So array list unmanaged. That doesn't exist anymore. Or actually, maybe it still does exist, but array list is unmanaged by default now. It doesn't have default initialization anymore. It has .empty. Okay, that was it. I wish that all the hash maps also lost the unmanaged stuff and became unmanaged by default. I'm actually surprised that we haven't done this yet. But did you ever consider being able to do member equals name colon struct or member colon name struct equals? Karen, I'm not sure what you're suggesting. So you're suggesting that I have a field here, right? Here I have my struct, and in here I should be able to do member colon name struct equals. What does this mean? So you need to tell me a little bit more of what your intended semantics are, because I'm unable to derive that from the syntax you're suggesting. So especially what confuses me is this and this at the same time, because struct is a keyword that you use for defining struct types, and then dot curlies is for creating it's a struct literal, so it's for instantiating structs. So if you mean something like this, so you can do this. So you can add a field of a given type, which we assume right now it's a struct, and then you give it a default value. That works. But I think you're suggesting something funkier than that. Um, 0.16 has, let's see, yeah, so the fuzzer stuff is broken on 15.2. 0.16 has a working fuzzer. I don't know how good it is in terms of performance, but it is working. It is functioning. So this is something that and also has a slightly different interface. So once you get 0.16, you can get a master branch build, or you can wait when 0.16 comes out. You will see that Zig init gives you a slightly different fuzzer test. And yeah, well, you will see that one works. I'm using many different structs, and I have to define types separately below the fields. It's gonna somewhat the problem. Oh, okay. So you're saying you want to do this, but you can do it. You can do foo colon struct bar. What I just did works. This is the syntax for what I think you're asking. Then you can do it. Sometimes I do it. At some point you will want an easy way of accessing this type, at which point you will probably want to break it into a separate definition below. Then you will reference by name here. But for types that are like one-off things that you don't really need to give a precise name, yeah, this totally works, and you can nest them, of course, as well. So I think you have this. Um, then I can't explicitly use the struct type somewhere else. Nope. I mean, technically there are ways for making this work with comp type if you really want to, but I think they're ugly, so I'm not even going to suggest them. If you want that type to have a proper name, then yeah, you need to give it a proper definition. It's not all that bad. Okay, where are we right now? We run test. Oh shit. Why am I running configure? What's happening? Okay, so test runs. So in theory, we have successfully updated SuperMD. So let me take a look at my stack of tabs. My tabs tell me which projects I will have to then push. So Scripty and Scripty is good. Ziggy is good. SuperHML is good. SuperMD is good. So we can close this. We can exit this. We can close this. We can exit this. We can exit this as well. There's also CMark. I'm going to move this left because it depends. SuperMD depends on it. So CMark is also another project that I fixed. So at this point, we're essentially just waiting on Zine. I don't think there's anything else in terms of dependencies. So let me. Oh, you know what? No, I'll keep this around because it might be useful. I'm gonna exit this. Okay, so here we go to Zine. I'm gonna git pull in case there's something that we're missing, or there was definitely. Okay, cool. Was there was a discussion about the usage of libobs for screen sharing in a Weibo. Has there been any decision made? I'm interested in implementing the feature for Wayland X11 if libobs is not used. Hey, Corn Spice, thank you for sharing your interest. So, no, there was no conclusion to use libobs. I would not exclude that entirely, but it's definitely not going to be the first option that we're going with. I want to try and do the native integration first myself, rather than going through a C library. On macOS, it's pretty much done. I mean, there are missing features, but the core stuff is 100% there, and it was also very nice and easy to make. For Linux, I'm not sure what the right approach should be. I heard that a good way is to use um, I'm getting there. It's not Pulse Audio. Oh man, what are all the Linux options? I'm brain farting hard and I'm forgetting their names. Pipewire, thank you. Yes, Pipewire. Because as I understand, and again, maybe somebody that uses Linux more than I do can correct me. But my understanding is that with Pipewire, you can have one implementation that works for Wayland and also X11 and also does audio. We currently have a temporary audio implementation for Linux based on a multi-platform library called Mini IO, but we do want to get rid of Mini IO and we want to have something more native. So Andrew experimented with Pulse Audio, I believe, statically linked Pulse Audio, but we also have the ability to statically linked Pipewire. Which was actually developed by Mason. So Mason worked on statically linking Pipewire, so you can statically link. By the way, we have a statically linked Pulse Audio, which also shits itself on certain systems like NixOS. We don't know why. I mean, others have not investigated. Oh well, nobody has investigated in detail why it poops itself, but we have seen anecdotally that empirically that on NixOS machines, if you do not link to system Pulse Audio, it poops itself, and I don't know why. So in any case, we have something, but it's still how can I say, it's still not great. So maybe my point is that my impression is that if we want to go all in, we should do it with Pipewire, not with Pulse Audio or other alternatives. So that is my impression. That the Pipewire seems my first pick. especially by using the statically linkable pipewire that we have on all your code base. That being said, if at some point we realize that, you know, it would be nice to do things differently, maybe we can do things differently. Okay, so hopefully this answers it. Okay, let's take a look at Zine, how we're doing. So let's take a look at the zone file so we can look at our dependencies. Why am I getting suggested all these fucking things before I'm getting, oh, you know why? Because we need to update the git ignore, that's why. There we go. Okay, so let's remove the Nix shit. I'm sorry. I'm nuking all the Nix stuff. I don't use it. It's always in a constant broken state. I think people should not be using unstable Zine for their websites unless they are developing it. So I'm removing all of it. There we go. Goodbye. Is 0.16 close to release? Indeed. Yes, Neurosite. That's why I'm updating Zine. Okay, we're looking at our zone file. So blah blah blah. So we depend on AFL kit. I think we're getting rid of this. Goodbye. We need to update LSP kit. So Zig fetch kit. Perfect. So we update LSP kit. Scripty Tracy. Oh, I have a copy of Mime. Hopefully that is fine. Oh, we have woofs in here. Hopefully woofs is fine. Let's see. I don't even have it locally. Okay. Well, hopefully that is fine. As code frameworks. Huh. Eh. Eh. I think we might want to take inspiration from how we do this with Awebo, probably. Super HTML, Zite. Oh no, we definitely need Zite. Also, I'm using somebody's random fork of Zite for 0.615. Oh, Jesus. Let's see how's Zite doing. Where's the minimum Zig version? Oh, man. What are the branches? There's a 0.16 branch. 2 weeks ago. This is probably what we want to target. Zite flow syntax. I mean, probably updating flow syntax is a good idea regardless. So we're going to do that. Then Zig is SuperMD. Okay, perfect. So good. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. Pulsado will probably never work right with Wayland the way Pipewire can. Pipewire already works properly with XDG portals and all the shenanigans involved in that. Yeah. Does the new IO have any functions regarding NUMA nodes and memory sharing? I don't think it does. No. I don't think it does. And I'm personally also not 100% convinced that that is something that IO should have. In the sense that, mm, so in terms of where the Zig core team is stands with regards of these issues, I think that the design of the new IO is so young, and it hasn't been used enough to really. This was essentially, the first pass is a new design at a new design, and while I understand that some people that observe this stuff coming into being, they would like for some kind of divine vision to come and possess Andrew's brains so that he one shots the perfect design, no tweaks needed. But the reality is that usually you come out with a first pass and then you tweak it depending on as you discover more usage cases that are not solved correctly, corner cases, various issues, and so you iterate on your design. And sometimes you come up with a design that no matter how much you iterate on, it's just optimal. Sometimes the right answer is to scrap it, which is the case with the old async implementation, for example. While some other times you got it right in broad strokes, and then you just need to make sure to get the finer details right. So this is to say that we don't feel like we fully understand exactly what the async design should be, start to finish, the whole ecosystem surrounding it yet. And we hope that as it gets used more, we'll discover more use cases, including, situations where people want to be precise with which cores are running which tasks, etc. That being said, my personal impression is that async as a general API is more about stuff coming in at random at you, roughly speaking, and you baking into your application some elasticity so that you can be somewhat optimal for a workload that changes dynamically. Conversely, in my opinion, there are situations where you want to run stuff concurrently, and because your ultimate goal is to achieve as much parallelism as you can, and be as optimal as possible. But I think in that context, you start really being able to leverage stuff like NUMA nodes, etc., when your workload is much less dynamic than what async as a general API has to deal with normally. So in my opinion, there should be probably a separate API that still deals with tasks, still deals with concurrency, but that it is designed for more well-behaved stuff, more oriented towards batching, at which point you can get fancy. That is my impression. Again, just a random comment. And as you heard me, this is like a high-level comment because this is high-level understanding, very, very far removed from actually implementing the thing. But this is based on my experience where, for example, I'll tell everybody right now up front, for Zine, for this update, I'm not updating Zine entirely to the new IO interface. My plan right now is to copy paste from the Zig standard library the thread pool implementation and keep that around for a while more, so that, because I use a thread pool in Zine, and I don't feel like changing this part yet. My goal is to, not right now, but at some point, is to benchmark Zine with a thread pool versus Zine using Async IO. And my suspicion is that Zine will take a performance hit by switching from a thread pool to Async IO. And I suspect that it's going to be the case for the reason that I just stated, because Async IO is for dynamic workloads, while in the case of Zine, workloads are dynamic to a given degree, because you use Zine to build different websites, and some websites will be wide and narrow, so wide and flat, so they will have a lot of pages but not too many like subcategories. Some other websites will be very deep, some other websites will have a ton of assets, some will have no assets or close to no assets. So there is some dynamicism there, but this is all dynamic. These are all conditions that you discover up front. You discover them as you're getting to launch the pipeline. So when the pipeline is mid-flight, you don't see a ton of things changing. Most things tend to be embarrassingly parallel with Zine. And because of that, I think that it will not benefit much from Async IO compared to just using a thread pool. That being said, I might be wrong. And I don't know, we'll see. In any case, I want to do this properly. And that means not doing it now, because right now we're racing against the clock to update Zine so that we can get the 0.16 release out of the door. Some pretty big new features in progress for the next release. Neuroside, I hope that in that list of big features, you also have good Helix keybinds like you promised, man. Because I've been a good boy and I've been using Flow, even though like selecting stuff is kind of wonky in Helix mode, for example, among other things. Just saying. Hopefully you won't burn out because he's an asshole. Nice. It was nice to read this comment right after my comment about keybinds. We're migrating the FOSDEM website, and in our case, we just have an insane amount of pages. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's see how we're doing with Zine. I think oh, yeah, right. I'm done with everything except nuking this dependency. So we do this, then we go into the build Zig. We remove setup fuzzing. Yeah, we remove setup fuzzing. Which was already commented out. Interesting. Hey, Dylan, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Raid and run. Yeah, thank you. Have a nice day. Hope you had a good stream. And welcome, everybody. So, welcome to yet another somewhat technical Zig stream where I mess around with Zig code. And if you're not into Zig, you will just get bored because I'm just doing Zig code. But if you are into Zig, then welcome, and I'm happy to answer any Zig question that you might have. Zig or lower level programming. I don't know everything about lower level programming, but I'm happy to share what I do know. And if you have any with regards to Zig, I know more when it comes to specific Zig stuff, and I'm happy to answer any kind of question related to Zig. And yeah, so what am I doing? I have a static site generator called Zine. It's written in Zig. I'm updating it to the new version of Zig, which will come out in a week or so. And the reason why I'm doing this update right now is because we use Zine, my static site generator, to generate the Zig website. So we need to be able to update the Zig website to release Zig. So that's what I'm working on right now. So this might also be a preview for what it is, the work that you will have to do once new Zig comes out. Am I targeting? I think these latest versions are all pretty much the same. Yeah, 3133. That's the one I'm doing. But yeah, I think, you know what? I would say that this one and above will all be essentially perfectly compatible. I don't think there's going to be any other breaking change after this one. Let's see. Any tips for a beginner who panics when they don't understand a concept or topic and feels dumb and will never learn how to program? Why do you have GPT in your name, man? Wait, I think I see a pattern. Any tips for a beginner who panics when they don't understand a concept? Well, in life, you do a lot of stuff not knowing precisely how everything works, right? You move your fingers, even though you have no idea how exactly it is that your fingers move precisely. Maybe you can study this stuff and learn more, but I think even nowadays we don't know, 1 bajillion% exactly how everything works. I guess that's factually true because that would imply knowing precisely how the brain works. We don't. We have an approximate understanding of that as well. So, what is my point? My point is that such is life. Everything is a little bit like this. You already exist as an agent. You're already an agent in a immersed in a universe that you only have partial information about, and you make do. When it comes to programming, it's not any different. The difference is that it's these are all abstract concepts, and yeah, you learn them bit by bit, just like everybody else does. My best recommendation, I have 2 recommendations for you. One is actually, I guess they both are the same recommendation at the end of the day. So my recommendation is that to avoid people that act like they know everything and who like to stress that you know less than them, because I feel like that you get in the situation where you feel like you're panicking because you don't understand a concept. It's more likely that you end up with this behavior if you have been exposed for extended periods of time to essentially annoying assholes that act like they know everything, while in fact chances are that none of them knows everything either. They just they're somewhere along the path of knowing stuff like everybody else is. So stay away from these people, and conversely, consequently, try to join communities where you have other people that are learning, that are on the same path as you are, and they will be who will be more willing to help you learn concepts. And as you learn stuff, make sure to also pay it forward a little bit, and as you learn something, help other newcomers learn more stuff. Learn the stuff that you already learned so that they can also move forward. Again, the point is not doing that out of mindless altruism. The point is that that's how you keep a learning machine going, and so that way, as the wheel keeps spinning, everybody moves forward a little bit, and over time you will be a point where you know more than most people. And yeah, that's just life. Related to this, do not overuse fucking LLMs. So don't overuse ChatGPT. Do not overuse Claude. Consider those things human surrogates. If you do not have a human that can help you with something, even a human that you know in person that is physically next to you, or members of an online community, if none of these people turns out to being able to help you, then at that point, my recommendation is to, as you're searching for stuff, might as well search using ChatGPT instead of just limiting yourself to searching on Google, which sucks anyway. But don't go to the LLM first. LLMs are human surrogates when it comes to learning, at best. Was my question weird? Which question? Second question would be, why type enums with the same type don't support binary operators? Typed enums with the same type don't support binary operators. Oh, you mean like just XORing to enums? I mean, you can do that. You just have to use int from enum. You have to turn them into ints. The reason why it works this way is that the whole reason why you make an enum instead of using just a normal int is because you don't want those to be interchangeable quantities. Numbers like ints are essentially interchangeable quantities in the sense that you add them together, you multiply them together, you squish them together, and so transformations for one another are meant to be seamless. Enums are expressively the inverse, the opposite of that. Enums define separate sets, separate groups of things that do not implicitly coerce to one another and that are not interchangeable. So one example of this would be that you have, for example, you have arrays where you have indices into different arrays. So you could have an index that indexes into things. Let's say you have an index that indexes into the plants array, and you have indices that index into the animals array. And so you could use normal integers, and it would work perfectly fine. But you might have you might make the mistake of using a animal index to index into the plant array, and that's wrong. So one thing that you could do to prevent this mistake in your code is to use enums. You create an enum called plant index, and you create an enum called animal index, and that way, when you have an animal index, it's going to be an animal index enum, and you're not going to be able to trivially, by mistake, use it to index into the plant array because you will get a type error. That's kind of why you want to create enums in the first place. So long story short, if you then want to XOR two enums together, int from enum, do the XOR, enum from int. Essentially, you need to downgrade them to interchangeable numbers, and then you bring them back into the enum space. Okay, let's see, what else are we seeing? Any plan for the 0.16 release? what can we expect? I think that for now, the plans for the 0.16 release is gonna be that you can expect LLVM 23, and not necessarily much more than that. So, from the perspective of like exciting updates, I think it will be a while before we have an exciting update like the one right now with Async IO. As you can imagine, Async IO is a big thing. Also, I'm saying exciting. I'm saying it partially as a joke because it is exciting, but it is also annoying because a lot of things have to change. So I think that the next few updates are gonna be essentially polish and getting to a more complete stage of things that are already here. So I think you should expect further improvements, incremental compilation improvements, custom backend improvements, that kind of stuff. I guess there's also translateC. Maybe there will be some interesting update related to translateC, but again, nothing crazy. Yeah, we're close. We're close. Let's see. What is the status of ranged integer proposal? Is it planned to bring named ranged integers into the language, but it is not clear how exactly it is? Or wait, how exactly, or is it not even clear if it will ever come into the lang? I think the proposal, I think it has the accepted tag. So I might be wrong, but I suspect it has the accepted tag. So you should expect this to come to Zig sooner than later. Or rather, sooner or later. In terms of prioritization, I don't know where it stands. But I think that as this dust will settle with the current stuff, again, I don't know if it's gonna be for the 0.17 release. If I had to bet on it, I would say no. But again, it's just a gut feel. It's based on discussions that I had with other core team members. I don't think it will come that quickly, but I would say that at the very least, Andrew wants to try it out. I would say that is the baseline. I think it's more likely than just this. I would say that it's a thing that I would expect to become part of the language unless some horrible, impossible to reconcile issue comes out of trying to add ranged integers into the language. But if that doesn't happen, then I think you should expect them to come at some point. That being said, yeah, I don't know the timeline. Do, 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 do. Currently learning Java and doing the Java Helsinki mock. Okay. Took a little break to have a chat in here. Nice. I've only been using ChatGPT to create further exercises for me to practice what I learned. Cool. Do, 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 do. Let's see. I think it's important to remember. Wait, the important thing to remember is if you're going to use LLMs, make sure to get in-depth explanations and then pass your new understanding to people that have extensive experience in said programming language. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. I wonder if Jacob Lee's next secret project will be an optimizer pipeline. I don't know. We'll see. Sparse dense array as a hash map alternative. Um, I don't know. I think it's just I'm guessing while developing the compiler, it was never needed. So, or you know what? It might be that it's just a blind spot of people in the core team. I don't know. Like if you ask me, have I ever used a sparse dense array? I don't think I have. Um, so that being said, I'm not too opinionated on hash maps. You know, maybe at some point I will remove some dust from the stuff that I learned in university and become more opinionated. But for now, what the standard library gives me is good enough. I think most of the times the trick is to just not use a hash map at all if you can avoid it. And there are plenty of cases where your naive first pass kinda implies the usage of a hash map, but then if you refine the design a little bit more, it turns out that you can make do without oftentimes. So, but to give a more well-rounded answer, whatever the human factors of status quo are, more generally speaking, the standard library right now is not the focus of development. So it grows somewhat organically based mainly on the needs of the compiler. So, for example, there's an HTTP client in the standard library. Why is that? Because Zig fetch needs an HTTP client to fetch Zig packages. Um, so if that was not the case, chances are that there would be no HTTP client in the standard library. Now, the question of whether there should be an HTTP client or not in the standard library, and same for any other thing that you might or might not want to have in the standard library, is more complicated. It's more about how you want to design the standard library. And right now, this work it's just not being done. The main focus of development right now is the compiler. And so the standard library will become the focus once the compiler is, at the very least, more complete than it is today. So in the future, there will be a point in time, there will be a moment where, maybe some stuff gets added to the standard library, maybe gets removed. And at that point, one might have the question, like it will make more sense to ask the question, should we have, I don't know, specific hash map variants in the standard library or not? Right now, it just kind of is what it is. But this is not to say that it's bad. Like I think that the structures that we have in the standard library are good enough for most use cases. Okay, so by the way, I still need to get a teacup. So let me go do that. So what were we saying? We are so which build.zig is this? This is the Zine build.zig. Okay, perfect. So we were editing this guy, trying to find references to fuzzing and remove them, and we did that. So this can be closed, I think. But in source, we will have fuzzing related files. We probably want to remove. Oh, wow. This is it? Wow. Well, there we go. Okay, so we got rid of the dependency. By the way, I'm removing my dependency on AFL kit because we're not going to use AFL for fuzzing anymore. Now that Zig has native fuzzing, we're going to switch to native fuzzing. But I'm not doing that just yet because right now I'm only concerned with updating everything to 0.16. So I'm mainly concerned with, normal tests passing, not regressing what we already have rather than, discovering new latent bugs. Okay, let me go get that cup of tea. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Do we check in Zig package there to Git? No, you don't. What's the plan there? The plan is the current plan is that Zig package is in there and it contains a copy of your dependencies. And you can modify the contents of Zig package, and when you build, those changes will be picked up. And at the same time, because Zig package is local to your project directory, you're not going, by modifying those dependencies, you're not going to have unintended side effects on other projects. But then obviously modifying the contents of that stuff is not a permanent solution. So, so the general recommendation is to use it for experimentation. Then once you're done experimenting, or you messed a dependency up and then you don't know what to do, like you don't know how to fix it back anymore, you can just delete the whole of Zig package or the subdirectory specific to your dependency. You can delete it, and then it will be recreated automatically by Zig next build. If you want, in some circumstances where for some reason you want to essentially vendor all your dependencies, you can commit Zig package to source control if you want. But I would say this. One is, for sure, this should not be your default behavior. By default, you should not include Zig package to source control. Second, while committing it essentially does work out as vendoring your dependencies, I will still say that that's how it plays out currently. but I cannot guarantee that in the future we will not have a different way, a proper way of vendoring your dependencies. So it is. I'm not saying that right now what you can do right now with Zig package is going to be the way you vendor your dependencies. So just be aware of that. Ah, man, finally some tea. Holy cow, I should have done that sooner. A Symlink based system. Currently, no, as far as I know. I think there might be a way to disabling it. I don't know if there is currently, because this is fairly new stuff. No, I think the way it works is that the global cache keeps your dependencies compressed. And so you have the decompressed copy local to your project. So here's my recommendation. Do not have an amount of dependencies that approaches what you do with JavaScript. Like your Zig project should not have as many dependencies as the average JavaScript project does. Your Zig project should have a very small amount of dependencies if possible. So yeah. On the dependency front, is there any reason not to use Git submodules? Yes, there are. Because if you intend to modify parts of your dependencies, having Git's help when upgrading is a big bonus. Yes. So Git submodules do not integrate with the Zig package system, with the Zig package manager. Also, Git submodules tie you to using Git, while with Zig, a dependency can be a tarball stored somewhere, etc. So Git is like Zig does not have a hard dependency on Git, and it shouldn't, obviously. So be aware that Git submodules are a Git specific thing, while a Zig package could be distributed through other means other than Git. Personally, I think that Git submodules have a horrible user experience. I always recommend against using them. But your point stands. Your point stands. The way you do, like if you want to modify dependencies that then you plan to push somewhere, currently the recommended way of doing this is with fork. So for example, here I have Zine, right? I just modified the build script and I modified the build script and now I want to build it, but also I was updating my dependencies earlier. So when I was updating supermd, you can see that I was using this fork flag. So with this fork flag, I'm changing the resolution of these packages to always resolve to my local checkout. So every time there's something that depends on Ziggy, I will force the resolution to my local clone of this repository. So this is the recommended way of doing things. Like my point is that you can fuck around with Zig package. I told you that my point was to let people know that if you fuck around with what's inside Zig package, then those changes will be picked up. So you can do that. I'm not saying that that is how you should do it, especially that is not how you should do it if you plan to do, something more than just random experimentation. If you're like upgrading stuff, like I am doing, this is the way you use the fork flag. And so, I mean, yeah, this is kind of it. So I don't know if you're into Git submodules, I guess go for it. Be aware that the Zig build system will not, the Zig package manager will not play nice with Git submodules. So, I mean, free to do whatever you want with your life. But the Zig ecosystem should not be tied to Git specifically. And I personally would recommend just against Git submodules. But that's my personal opinion. Okay. So okay, there we go. We have a bunch of build errors. We have build errors in 3-seater. We have build errors in flow syntax. We have build errors in CMark GFM, right? We have build errors essentially everywhere. Now let's start adding the forks. So fork equals scripty, fork equals Ziggy, fork equals super HTML, fork equals super MD. So after this, we still have build errors, but I think we have fewer than those that we had originally. So, oh, here we're trying to do the link system library stuff. Oh, this is interesting. This is a weird thing that happened during the 0.15 release cycle that I think we can now get rid of. The link system library Windows stuff. So build.zig 3.05. Okay, so Windows can now be nothing, thankfully. Then what is the next problem? Build.zig, we do SED, FS, CWD. Oh man, right. So Zine has, I think, has a build script that does some. Wait, why do we do all this stuff? Oh, you know what? This might be for testing. Let's take a look. Build line 500. Set up release step. Oh yeah, this is for releasing. So this cannot be this. This needs to be io.dir.cwd. Make path. We need b.io. Actually, I'm hoping that b has io right there. If it doesn't, then we'll have to go find it. B graph io. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. io.dir does not have make path. Interesting. Okay, so make path changed name. So there are two ways in which we could find out where make path went. One way is to look at the standard at the documentation, or we take a look at what's in there. So we can go here, we go into there, and then we look for make path and see if there's something like that. But there isn't. So make path doesn't return any answer. So how do we solve this? I mean, we could try to look around at the new API, try to to learn it as a whole. The problem is one thing that I noticed though is that with the new IO redesign, a lot of things have just changed location significantly. So it's not always easy to know where things went. Here's one trick that I've been using personally. Again, it's a trick. You decide if it's something that you want to do yourself or not. But basically, it works this way. I have a checkout of the Zig compiler, which is just an example Zig project that happens to have already gone through this transformation. And I search for the thing that was removed, so make path. And I find the last commit that contains changes to make path. Oh, there we go. Rename other there make functions to create. Oh man, this commit message spoiled the stuff for me. So you don't always have the commit message tell you this much. So let's imagine that we did not see this. So what I do then is that I do git log patch this, and then we already see the example here right away. So make open path, and I'm assuming make path became make their create their path. And I'm assuming that the open can be omitted. But and yeah, this also down here also confirms it. But in any case, let's say that your first screen doesn't contain immediately. You see unrelated changes, so you just search for it. You just search for make path. and you will find entries. And then now you know how to change this. So this is going to be create path or not. Wait, is it not io.dir? Where's create path? Oh, create dir path. There you go. So create dir path. Now we have it. We can take a look if it has, other weird options that it didn't accept before. In this case, we're good. Okay. Did you already fix Super HTML? Yes, I did, but I did not push it. I saw that you linked a PR from before. I hope this is not a PR that tries to update to 0.16. Oh, it is. Yeah. I'm sorry. I like to do this work myself. Like reviewing when other people do this work is tedious and error prone. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Okay, so we made some progress, but we still have some errors. So let's see what else do we have now. Zine XZ add include path. Yeah, that is not a thing anymore. That's for sure. So we can go to add include path. I think all of these are root module functions. No Windows shit. Okay. This is for releases though. We're doing it also not for releases. So I think there's at least another place where we have a similar problem, which is here. There we go. Ignore has become lowercase. Okay, let's do another build. Let's see where this leaves us. Open is missing a parameter. Understandable. Still in build. Let's see what these options are. Base name and 3 white space. Okay, we don't care about any of these things, so we're good. Second argument. Okay. Oh, there's another open there. And more. Okay. There's a next. Oh, don't tell me each one of these have a next to them. Hmm. Add remove their tree. Add remove their tree. What? Reset snapshot. Okay, so this is a piece of the build system API that just went away. And remove their tree. Well, let's see what happened to it. Adjust temp files API. Remove the remove there step with no replacement. No! This step had no valid purpose. Mutating source files, that should be done with update source file step. Deleting temporary directories, that required creating the temp directories in the configure phase, which is broken. Deleting cache artifacts, that's going to cause problems. Okay, I think this is not a big deal. So I'll give some context about what's going on here. What is going on is that we are preparing to run snapshot tests, and to run snapshot tests correctly, since they output files, which then we use git diff to diff. These are specifics. These are specific implementation details of my snapshot testing that I do in Zine. That's how I implemented it for this specific project. So the reason why I'm resetting some directories is because let's say that we run the process again and it's supposed to produce 10 files, but it actually produces 9. If I don't reset the directory first, there might still be a stale copy of one of those files from a previous run, and now I'm not realizing that the test is actually failing because there's one missing file, as an example. So that's why I was resetting things. Now, I was using add remove dir3 for convenience. It's just because it was there. But here's the key difference. The key difference is that the build script has a configure and a make phase. The configure phase is where we define, it's when this code runs, which doesn't actually do the things. It just creates a data structure in memory that then can be used to make the build. That's the make phase. So when I say here add remove dir3, I'm not saying now do the directory removal. I'm saying essentially create a task node in the task graph that when you pick it up based on dependencies between tasks, because some tasks will depend on some others, etc., that when you pick up that task will consist of removing that directory. That is fine. That is a reasonable way of implementing it. But in my case, I could totally do this right now. I could 100% perform this operation at config time. There is nothing, I believe, that stops me from being able to do so. So essentially, I'm going to change this to just executing rmrf. I don't think this is a problem. So I just need to make it happen. So source path is going to be b.path join. Does path join return an actual normal path? Yeah. So this is a string. This is a slice, and then here we do b dot run. And it's literally going to be this. Now, I'm running rmrf. Hopefully rmrf is not a special like shell built in and it's just a normal executable. I think that it should be the case. What's wrong with Super HTML? Nothing. It just needs to be updated for 0.16. Is extracted is new? Yeah. What about Windows? Good question. Good question. You're right. If you wanted to run this on Windows, this wouldn't cut it, would it? I would need to have here a switch to add Windows support. I think that this runs correctly in PowerShell. I think the PowerShell has rm-rf, you know? That being said, you're totally right. This has portability concerns. But I'm not worried because this is a testing thing for my benefit. So it's fine. If I had, contributors that wanted to run these tests on Windows, then yeah, we would totally need to make sure that they work there. But it's fine. You know what? Even if this is a regression, then this will error out. And I'm not doing run allow fail. I'm doing run, which does not allow failure. So we should be good. Okay, let's see. Oh shit, we needed source path. Oh, here's why we had two different things. There you go. Depend on runs in depends on this. It does not. Okay, I think I might need these also elsewhere. Yeah, there we go. Here's another one. So source path, and then the other one, snapshot. Okay, so I removed all instances of add, remove, whatever. We have another capture std out. Any ATA on 0.16? Soon. Next week, probably. Very, very soon. Okay, let's see how we're doing. Add config header. CMark GFM. Wait a second. That is actually fair. Okay, these are all the remaining errors. Check it out. There's one in flow syntax, one in three-seater, maybe two in three-seater. No, this is woofs. And then one in woofs. So, well, I mean, wait. This is for fixing the build script. Then, or like the build pipeline. Then there's all the things that have changed in the Zine code base. And boy, there are going to be some changes in there. Also, there's some comp time stuff that I do. And I suspect that, well, yeah. Yep. Yep. Hello, peoples. Okay, let's see how far we can get. So Neurosite is the maintainer of 3-seater and flow syntax. Actually, of flow syntax for sure. Is he also the maintainer of 3-seater? I believe so. Yeah, 3-seater is a dependency of flow syntax. So essentially, this is going to be up to him to update. Although, if this is the nice stuff, if we now have if right now as I'm fixing things I end up with only these things to fix, I can either mess around with Zig package and fix the code in there and just move forward with, and so that I can do the rest of the work without having to block on Neurosite, or alternatively I can clone these repositories and do the stuff locally. Although I believe that flow syntax has a project build step, which will make this a bit annoying. So maybe the mess around with Zig package will be the right choice for making progress right now. Let's do woofs first, and then we can take a look. So what the heck? Who owns woofs? I mean, woofs is mine, that's for sure. But where do I have it? Is it all your code base or is it mine? Where's woofs? It's all your code base. Okay. I have 3 zines. I'm gonna keep these 2. This one becomes woofs. As I was saying, there's no woofs in there. Is it in documents by any chance? No. Okay, perfect. Clone woofs. Oh, nice. It's a pristine tarball package. I like this. This is gonna be, I think, very easy to fix. So we were saying that there is no link libc, I believe. Where is it? Wait, where's the call to link libc? Actually, I don't remember what the error is in woofs. Woofs lib add c source file. Okay, there we go. Wait a second. It's not root module. That is allowed. What are we talking about? You know what? This might be a good moment to modernize woofs and turn it into a proper modern library. Okay, so here's how we're gonna do it. Let's take a look at if there's any issue or PR for this package. Okay, no issues, no pull requests. Everything is fine. 3 months ago, an update from PFG. Oh, wait a second. Okay, so this is why it's not working. Oh man, I need to update it. I'm referencing an older commit. That is the problem. Okay, so you know what? We don't even need to do anything here. I just need to go in Zine and do fetch of the new version. I just did not expect anybody to have done anything to whoops, and instead somebody did. And so there we go. Wait, where's my wait. Yeah, Zig build, yes, but we need all the other things. No. Okay. No. This is not okay. Where's my Zig build command with all the stuff? Okay. So with this, we are left with just 3-seater and flow syntax with errors. How many errors do they have? Hard to say. They might have just very few, or there might be a lot of stuff hidden behind these error messages that we have here. So, Neurosite, if you're still around, are you actually working on updating them right now as we speak? I'm trying to decide whether to wait for you to publish something or whether to try my hand at unblocking myself right now. I was M. Okay. Might be faster if you do it. Um, I mean, hopefully there shouldn't be a lot. Oh God, last famous words. I guess I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I'll try my hand. I don't even have flow syntax. What? Okay, I have triciter and flow syntax. You know what? Maybe. Okay, let's move Zine to the left and then keep flow to the right. Okay, let's start with triciter, Zig build. Okay, there's the link libc stuff. Actually, Zon, what dependencies do we have? Not dependencies, delightful. Well, okay, so this is, I think, easy. Oh God. Obj add C source files. Object 147. Oh, okay. There's some stuff down here. Okay, what is the problem? Add C source files. No member function. Add C source files to obj. So on your side, here's a comment that you might find useful. I think that this whole thing probably, I might be missing something, but I think this whole thing could probably be re-architected. I think that you can make one Zig module and you just keep adding everything to one Zig module. So instead of creating a bunch of object files and then creating a static libraries and then adding an object file to the static library, we don't need to go through this process for Zig. This could very well be just one Zig module that then optionally can be exposed as a static and dynamic library if anybody wants to, to use these artifacts from C. But from a pure Zig workflow, everything could be done through a single Zig module. Oh, did you? Oh, no. Wait, did you have an actual reason to do this? Oh, wait. Do you get better caching from this? Is that it? Yeah, you know what? There, I'm. If I'm guessing with this, if you add something, check the Git history. Okay, I will. Understood. Oh no, I messed up my cursors. Oh yeah, I hit that one as well. Yeah, I hit that one as well personally. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, fair. Jesus. Okay. I think something went wrong. What? File hash file not found. Oh. Is it done? No. Yeah. Uh, let GitHub do it. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying so I can push and have CI do it. That's fine. I just want to run it locally and see the build succeed. So while we wait, why is the V three-seater grammar? Why is it taking so long? Why is it this big? Wait, is that the V language? How has it been so far swapping to Codeberg? Um, Mostly fine. Not a perfect experience, but good enough. Definitely an improvement over GitHub. I think Andrew is not done searching for uh, the promised repository hosting land, but I mean, we dodged we dodged all the GitHub breakages like fucking Matrix bullet time. Like the from the week that we switched away from GitHub, what was it? Like less than a month before it started getting on the top of Hacker News, like at least twice a week with stuff broken, basic stuff being completely broken. So, bro, please, what do you have to do still? God damn it. In any case, um, yeah, I remember when we moved, people were saying, "Oh my god, look at these hipsters. Why are they being so noisy about stuff?" Then Andrew um said that GitHub was completely broken and not programmed well at all, and not maintained well. And people said, "Oh my god, how dare you say bad things about these all these amazing Fang people?" And it's like, look where GitHub is now. Some people also were mad, really mad, that we moved away from GitHub because I don't know exactly from their perspective what the attachment to GitHub was. And you know what? Maybe I'm misinterpreting their perspective because I genuinely never understood it fully. But in any case, there were like a lot of like very strong opinions about things, as if the hosting solution would make that big of a difference given our project, where our project is today. Like, I understand when you have, GNU projects that go from some Byzantine emailing patches via mailing list system and they move to GitHub, and that is a big deal for them, and they should do that. Or, maybe not that specifically, but do something to reduce friction for contribution. Totally makes sense. But we're not a GNU project. The Zig project is in a completely different shape. And so it's not like being on GitHub. It's not GitHub stars that keep the Zig project alive. So I don't know. People were like very opinionated. And and then a few months later they start seeing a glimpse of what we've already been seeing for a while. Will Zig Fetch get support for private repositories anytime soon? Um, I suspect anytime soon, no. Will it eventually? For sure. Um, but right now, it's not on the roadmap. It's a whole subset of things that are uh, understandably necessary, but kind of annoying. Yeah, $89.99. Yeah, that's a good price for GitHub. You know what? For at $89.99, I might buy it. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'm getting tricked by the 99 cents trick, because my brain doesn't register it as full $90. But I would buy it at $89.99. No more than that, though. God damn it. Well, while we wait, I have an announcement to make. Actually, since we're chatting about stuff, I played Outer Wilds. I did the main Outer Wilds game with Andrew. Andrew was here last week, and he spent a week here in Italy. We played Outer Wilds. Wow, highly recommended. And then I played afterwards by myself the DLC. Also highly recommended. Um, for me, it's up there. And right now, as as the experience is still warm, and it's been out for a while, by the way. So probably a bunch of people here have already played it a while ago. I've been told multiple times by multiple different friends to play Outer Wilds because it was a good game, and I always resisted for no particular reason. I just didn't feel like playing, getting into a game before, but then I did, and I think it's one of the best game experiences that I've had. So, very highly recommended if anybody's looking for an interesting single player game to play. And if you have a friend that that you meet with regularly, that you're going to be able to spend like a week playing this game consistently, maybe for a couple hours a day, something like this. You can even take turns. That's what I was doing with Andrew. Like, he would do one, let's say, run, and I would do the next. And it's an enjoyable manner of doing it. Or I guess technically you could do the same over Discord if you wanted to, but if you're not in the same physical location, you just might as well uh, just play in parallel, and maybe have a second monitor where you see what they do and they see what you do. Okay, I think we're getting there. Or not. Am I running out of disk space? No. Oh wait, it's the remote that is pooping itself. It's the fucking GitHub remote that is stuck compressing objects. Bro. I just wanted to see this build correctly. 23%. Let's fucking go. Oh, it survived. What an experience, man. What an experience. By the way, I have a gigabit connection. Like, I can go way faster than this. Like, what is this thing? I think this machine is like giving us its last breath. It's like it's dying. Holy shit. Oh man. GitHub clones slowly on HTTP for some reason, but I cannot imagine SSH to be faster than this. Like with SSH, you also have all the whole key exchange stuff to do first. Like Codeberg, I perceive Codeberg as slower than GitHub when it comes to checking out cloning repositories or like just fetching new commits. Because the connection setup is slower. It opens SSH once though. So you're saying that we would not be paying for that more than once here, and we would enjoy the speed up, maybe. I don't know. Oh, look at this. Now I'm receiving at 27 megabytes per second, megabits. So fine. Actually, no. This is a uppercase B, right? That's megabytes. Oh, but there's an I in here. Maybe bytes. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, whatever. Ruby. Rust. Oh no. The Rust grammar. That's gonna be tough. Let's see how our machine is gonna do with it. After the Zig 0.16 release, in 0.17, there will be some big changes like the 0.16 IO interface, or is the team planning anything? There won't be. Actually, you know what? Give me a sec. I'm gonna answer your side first. What was the SCDFS CWD fix? It's io.dir.cwd. So under IO, you have directory, the directory type dir, and you get an IO instance from b.graph.io. And personally, I think that B should also have its own IO copy. But that's a story for another day. Or rather, either that or remove b.gpa, or wait, is it b.allocator? and change it to b.graph.allocate or something like this. Have you programmed in other languages before? Yes, I have. I've done a little bit of C, a little bit of PHP, some Python, some Swift, some JavaScript, some C Sharp, a bunch of Go. There we go. Success. PHP, my condolences. I mean, I was young. PHP is actually the first language that I. Oh yeah, of course. I've done Objective C. Thank you guys for reminding me. Yes, I've done. Do I love Objective C. Yo, the build succeeded. Wait, why is Git status taking forever? Okay, so man, I hate Git submodules. Why are these guys modified? Bro, I didn't touch them. Why are they modified? Okay, so Neurosite, do you want me to give you these changes, or did you happen to remake them yourself in the meantime? Tell me how you want me to contribute with this. Also, I might have a fork of this. Just copy the changes. Okay. Okay, so you have them, I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't know why it took forever. Jesus. Okay, so okay, flow syntax. If you push the changes, actually, well, how do we do this? Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, so I never bother to understand your setup here, but maybe I should. Oh, yeah, no, I get it now. You point as a dependency to a release that contains all the does this just contain essentially the checked out stuff, or do you also do the build? No, you don't do the build because that would be target dependent. So this is essentially the repository plus the submodules, right? So watch me do some magic then. Unless you massage this thing further, I might be able to do some magic with fork, right? Make tarball. Okay. I'm gonna try my luck. I'm gonna try my luck. Let's see. Doing Zig as first low level language, I now have to learn C++ and all the things worse about it feel now even worse knowing what better looks like. Yeah, I'm sorry. C++ is the one language that I do not plan to touch before dying. So, um, like, you can make fun of PHP, of JavaScript, and everything else. They all have their own up and downs. But uh, man, do I not like C++. That to me is the worst. So wait, what? This was too fast. Oh wait, I still need the fork. Is this it? On your side, I think this is literally it. It's like, yeah, for this guy, you just do .link libc equals true. I mean, I can take a look at what make tarball does. Yeah, you just start the thing. You exclude some directories. Okay. So I think with this, this is it. This was the whole stuff to update. By the way, these updates are backwards compatible. Uh, no, except the IO stuff. So the link libc stuff was already possible for a while. The new IO stuff is actually new. Okay, so wait, does this mean that I don't have to wait for Neurosite to publish this? Because I can go in here and do dash dash fork equals 3-seater and dash dash fork equals flow syntax. We're gonna narrow with the Hexops Xcode frameworks. Oh crap. But I kinda knew also that I wanted to update this. Okay, so temporary directory is going to a webo. Let's see what we use in here. For Xcode frameworks, we are using Brodo. Let's use Brodos. Let's see what happens now. You know what? While it builds, I'm gonna get some tea. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. Oh, we were doing fine up until we got to here. What happened? This card of capture omitted instead. Oh, in Seabor. Okay, so this is where things get funny. I might clone Seabor, change Seabor, update it, but I don't want to do this because these are all the dependencies from Neurosite. He's gonna fix them on his own end. Uh, so I think he will hit this as well. I'm guessing, or I mean, he would hit this when in CI. I'm assuming. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm changing this locally at this point. And even though I know that this is temporary, it's fine because this is not a dependency that I plan to push to, hopefully. Oh, there we go. There's something in flow syntax that I forgot to update. Never mind. Flow syntax has something more. Okay, let's go into flow syntax. Oh, yeah, there's programs in here, which I should have looked into. Oof, you know what? I think Neurosite, do you want me to PR these changes? Heap C allocator. Args allocator. Where are we using allocator after this? Allocating writer to Seabor. Okay, so since you seem to have your own CL locator that you want to use, I'm not going to override this decision. I'm going to do a minimal init then. And I'm going to do this. Okay. Still errors. What's the next error? This terminated with signal bus. Oh shit. Translate C for woofs. Okay, let's take a look at woofs. Where did they put it? You know what? I might have not created a directory for it. I'm gonna put it here. Oh no, 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 wait. I don't have. I was not planning on using a fork because I did not expect it to fail, but apparently it is failing. And that is because we have to do use clang equals true. Apparently, the woofs thing causes ROCC to poop itself. Let's see how it goes now. Okay, let me take a look at this. The question: I've been trying to adopt the diagnostic pattern in my projects. One thing I found challenging is managing ownership and lifetimes, e.g., I want to have path UAT as part of the diagnostic details. Even more challenging is merging the diagnostics across stack. Any suggestions or pointers? E.g. to your own code where you use this extensively. I kind of do this in Ziggy and Super HTML because they're parsers. They don't do the diagnostics pattern in a, how can I say, like generic manner, but they do effectively produce an array of errors that are encountered during parsing. In the case of Super HTML specifically, there's also template execution errors at runtime. Those also use the diagnostic pattern, but in that case, it's more like a traditional diagnostic in the sense that it's just one runtime error that was encountered while executing a template, and so it's not like an array of things. I guess my point is that I think that it feels like that the way that parsers report errors is different than other programs would do. But in my mind, that's like a superficial distinction. In practice, once you get sophisticated enough when with reporting errors in your other programs, you realize that you're really not going too far from what you are expected to do in a parser normally. The only difference is that the parser, like, failure when parsing is so core to the main experience of using a parser that you prioritize it more than you would in other projects. And so you just end up having it more fleshed out. Let's see. What I end up doing is on library level, there's a const diag. Yeah. On CLI level, there's another one which tends to compose library diag with CLI specific. Seems fine. But then what if a strategy inevitably leads to bloat on CLI level? In my experience, and again, this might be specific to my experience, and it might be that what you're doing is actually the correct thing for your use case. But in my use cases, usually for the CLI, what I do is that whenever an error happens at the CLI level, I just print it out right away and then exit. While instead, at the library level, yes, I do the diagnostics. So usually the CLI does some, argument parsing, and then assuming that if that goes wrong, obviously you print what went wrong right away, and then you exit. But if everything goes well, then you invoke the library, the business logic, and then if that returns errors from the CLI level, I immediately print out the errors, and then maybe some context, and then I exit. Mhm. So here's my recommendation. Take a look at Ziggy, because I suspected that what you're doing, like the closest equivalent to what you're doing, is my Ziggy, data language. I cannot promise you that what you see in there is the best possible way of doing things. It's probably not, but it is the best way of doing things that I personally know about. So I don't think I'm going to be able to give you better advice than what I have in there. So ziggy-lang.io is the website. The repository is on GitHub, christoph.it/Ziggy. It has a core library for serializing, deserializing, parsing, etc. It also has two languages in it, the data language and the schema language. The schema language is separate from the data language, but if you go, for example, in AST, you will see that an AST produces parsed nodes, and it also produces errors. And an error is a tagged union. This is essentially the diagnostic, right? It's just that here we produce more than one at a time, because some parsing errors are, recoverable. So it has a bunch of cases. Some cases have a payload. In my case here, whenever I'm have this slice here, this slice always points at a substring in the user provided input. So I never allocate this anew. In general, in my experience with diagnostics for a parser, you don't need to allocate stuff. You either do a bunch of hard-coded strings, or you have hard-coded strings that basically, you represent them in this case as union cases. And then when you need, for example, to say, unknown variable name, and then you want to show what was that unknown variable name, you can do that by pointing into the original input data. And then you have a format function that essentially pretty prints the error message. Then at the CLI level, so the Ziggy language has also a CLI tool that does formatting, schema checking, etc. So let's take a look at the schema checking, for example. Hopefully this is not too complicated. But I build an AST from the Ziggy file. If building the AST produced errors, I print every single error, and then I return error Ziggy invalid. And I'm guessing the returning error Ziggy invalid. Oh yeah, I have some weirdo stuff that it's based on how my CLI tool works, but we can ignore that. That's based on essentially how I want to behave when encountering an error when you run a command that pertains multiple files. But the whole the basic story is this. So first I parse the document, then if I need to parse the schema file, because the schema is a separate file, then I parse the schema and I do the same thing. Parsing the schema could also produce errors, and I print them in case. If everything went well, then I can, the schema AST has a validate function that allows you to validate a document against the parsed schema, and that only produces errors. And if it does produce errors, then I print these errors, and then I return Ziggy invalid. I don't know. That seems straightforward enough for me. Does Zig bitch if you use tabs for whitespace? It used to. I don't think it does that anymore. I think that if you do it now, it will accept it. But I don't know, because I just always keep ZigFMT on. So Yeah, network. I think that probably again, take a look at whatever you want, obviously, but I think that Ziggy will probably be the thing that is closest to what you, I suspect, might be interested in. TSP in query gen. Let's see. Error union type out of memory unexpected. Blah blah blah. Does not support field access. Oh shit! I forgot a try. This obviously needs a try. Also, why is this returning any error? Oh, we immediately got another problem. Wait, are you serious? This is returning signal bus even. I do have fork boofs. I do have use clang true. Well, this is not running the translate C step. Uh, also, wait a second. Are we why are we doing add translate C on a C file? Oh, but we're definitely doing that on purpose. We're totally convinced that this C file should be the header file. Which, I mean, it means that it probably that is the case. Oh, oh, but then what about this dwolf's implementation stuff? So I'm guessing you need to have this defined for this to also include the implementation. So this seems all of this seems to imply that this guy should totally be the header file. I don't know why this dies. Hmm. In any case, there's also another error. Also, you know what? Error style minimal. Check this out. This also helps so that I don't have to scroll much up whenever errors happen. Let's see, what's the problem? QueryGen has FSCWD. Oh, guess what? We need an IO that is not minimal because we do need an IO. So and you know what? I'm gonna make an IO variable for it. And you know what? Might as well just do const allocator arena. But there's some defer freeze that might be useful because they're in a for loop. So let's not do the arena, let's do GPA. Okay, there we go. Is there a difference? Any difference between adding translate C step versus directly importing C using C import? No, that is a good question. The answer is that translate C a translate C step is how you're going to do it going forward. C import is going to be deleted. Right now, there's both for convenience, transitional phase, but at C import is going to go away. You will do C translation through the build system in the future. On one hand, that is less nice than just being able to plop a @c import in the code. But on the other, @c import has some important food guns that now are not present anymore by having a different system. What happened to std thread mutex? It's io.threaded.mutex now. IO threaded, I think, mutex. If it's not like this, it's something very close to this. Oh, not this. I'm pretty sure mutex wasn't here at some point. Where did it go? Well, I have a question for you, Neurosite. Do you need it to be a threaded mutex, or do you just need a mutex? Because if you just need a mutex that is in line with your IO implementation, it's this. Like if you're using the IO interface, you want to use io.mutex. I think that io.threaded has. Hey, is it io.mutex.something something? Oh, these delegates. Yep. You want IO mutex. I guess threaded mutex is gone. Oh well. Goodbye, good prince. Okay, so how are we doing here in terms of updating IO GPA allocator? Nothing named GPA insert IO. Oh shit, what did I write? Oh no. My engine that I've been working on the past year in Zig using Simulcasting. No field or member function named allocator in mem allocator. Oh, GPA is already an allocator, so never mind. Do. Okay, I'm trying to remain with just one error. Okay, write all. Right, you cannot do file write all anymore. So what's output file? It's an actual file. Then you have to do this. I believe it's either this or something close to that. Is there two arguments? Oh yeah, we're missing also IO. I forgot. Okay. Oh, there's another write all. Oh, yeah. So, uh, file writer, and then this is try file writer dot interface. Right all. Okay. Okay. So now this runs correctly, and so it seems that, oh no, memory address leaked. Um. Okay. Okay. Now we fix it. Okay. I think we need to understand why this is giving us signal bus. Like this is not good. Again? What are we leaking? The allocating writer. For stacks that hold a mutex, do you pass an IO to every member that needs to lock or store the IO in the struct along with the mutex? That is a good question. I personally, in Awebo, I've done a mix of both. I would argue that if you can pass around IO as an argument, you should pass around. You should pass IO around as an argument as much as you can. And then in some situations where something is a callback, for example, which has a self parameter that is already bound to a bigger struct, then you give the IO field to that struct. Um, that's how I've been doing it. All right, the allocating writer remembers the allocator, so it's just a simple D init. Okay. Oh, definitely IO first, allocator second. IO, allocator, anything else. Okay, so we succeeded. Everything works except the translate C. Why are we getting Zig bus from here? I have no idea. Can you explain why IO first? There's no big explanation. Misaligned address error. Holy shit. Wait, this is the translate. I have a borked translate C executable. Are you serious? No. Wait, what? Um, so why IO first? I don't know. This was a bike shed that we discussed in the core team, and that was the prevailing opinion, which thankfully was also my opinion. You could do it either way. I feel like IO is even more fundamental than allocator. So that's why I think you should go first. Well, this doesn't help much. Okay, so here's what we're doing. Remember how I had a convenient Zig source directory in here? We pull. Hey, isn't it Ninja install? Oh, you know what? I think I might have done the ninja thing on my other computer. Oh no, I think here it's just shitty make. Oh man, it's also shitting itself hardcore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Hmm. I forget how you use ninja. Whatever. Oh, this failed. What happened? Okay, 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 okay. Expected LVM 21, but found 2211. Oh, wait. I might have lied. Are we okay? So whoever asked me earlier which version of LLVM we're going out with, I guess it's not gonna be 22, it's gonna be 21. Oh, you know what? It's gonna be 21 and then 0.17 is gonna be 22. Oh shit. Sorry, I got it wrong. Yeah. What the heck am I supposed to do with error canceled on a lock call? Panic? No. You just return error.cancelled. You can just try it. If basically you're being cancelled. Okay, so Neuroside, give me just a tiny little bit more about the context. Um, or you know what? No, never mind. You have two functions. You have lock and you have lock uncancelable. Lock uncancelable does not have error to cancelled in its return value, so you can use that. But the assumption is that that means that you will not like you if something tries to cancel that operation, then that operation will just not cancel, will just block there until it's able to grab that mutex. So if you're not careful, you might end up baking a deadlock into your application. But sometimes not having the lock function be cancelable is absolutely the right thing to do, depending on what you're doing. But I'm assuming that you're just changing, build scripts and stuff. So probably whatever you do doesn't matter much. But if you like in a more serious application, um, like both things can be useful. Definitely not panic though. Flux index query cache object. Oh, I see. Then no, you do not want uncancelable. I think you want to have that. So in the case of Zine, it will not matter. But essentially, imagine that your code is being called as part of let's say, a thread that is trying to do something, and that whole thread is being canceled. So, do you have some cleanup to do, which you can only do by acquiring that lock? And that cleanup is absolutely necessary. Then use lock uncancelable. If instead that is not the case, then use normal lock. And if you get canceled, just propagate the cancel error upwards because it means that this whole thread is being destroyed. I said thread, to be more precise, it's a task which might be running in a thread or might be running in a different unit of concurrency. But, as a mental model for simplicity, imagine that the whole thread is essentially early returning because it's being canceled. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is not even necessary because my earlier command is actually okay. This is actually going to be fine. Okay, let's see how this goes. So this is gonna take a moment, because we're building Zig, and the reason why we're doing this is because, oh, actually, now that I think about it, we're gonna need to do this, and then we're gonna need to make a debug build. We're gonna need a stage 4 debug build, which comes after we're done with this. And again, I call it stage 4, but if you're into compile bootstrapping, it's just another. It's a debug build of stage 3. Um, and yeah, because the whole point is trying to understand why that other thing is crashing. Although, you know what, we could try first to run this with the release uh, build, and so that we can see if maybe that's a bug that was fixed in the meantime. Since this uh, version of Zig is more recent than what I got from Zig Up. Turbofish, hello. Started learning Zig. Okay. I'm very experienced in general. Okay. But I need code examples for the language reference. I need code samples for the language reference. Is there any good resource? I'm not sure this sentence compiles in my head. For example, oh, but this is the standard library, my friend. This is not the language. So you want examples on how to do stuff, which generally speaking is examples on how to use the standard library. That's fair. Here's my recommendation. Go to ziglang.org, learn section, and then so in the standard library documentation, I think with io.reader is not going to be the case because this is an interface, and you use that interface starting from concrete implementations of it. So it starts from creating like a file reader, and then from the file reader you'll plug the interface, the generic, generic, the let's say general purpose um, IO reader interface, and then there could be a few other concrete implementations of it. So I think this one will not have anything useful for you. But in general, sometimes you will find here, for example, I'm assuming ArrayList has this, or not. Did the outdoc regress a bunch? Let's see. What about ArrayList aligned? Do, 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 do. Okay, let me see. I want to find an example of what I was mentioning, and then I'll show you more stuff. I just want to find one example. Maybe URI has this. No. What else could have this stuff? Does DeckU have this? Doesn't seem the case. I think this bad boy has regressed a bunch. I think there's missing stuff. Mm, oh man, I wanted to show you something cool, but I can't find a single example that does that. Um, I'm sure there are. Oh, you know what? JSON maybe has something along those lines. Where's the JSON stuff? Gimme JSON. Oh, it doesn't? Let's go into. Now, this actually surprises me. Okay, so unfortunately, what I wanted to show you seems to have regressed. So I can show you it to you. Any case, I'll show you the other stuff. So look at online learning resources. There's a book contains some useful information if you want something that is shaped like a book. This is from the community member, so it's not going to be perfect. Also, 0.16 Zig version 0.16 is about to come out with a bunch of breaking changes, so the book might probably not be up to speed with everything. It might lag behind, so be aware of this. Zig guide, I think, is good, and I hopefully Soapstone will update it soon. Once 0.16 comes out with the new stuff. Um, but this also has a bunch of information about the standard library, so it tells you how to do things like a file system. Here's how you access the file system. Just be aware, this is 0.15.2. This is not yet 0.16. Like, you linked me a link of master branch, so this is not released yet. So if you are using a unreleased version of Zig, then you will not find documentation for it as easily. My recommendation would be that if you're starting to learn Zig, use 0.15.2. Be aware that this stuff will have to change a little bit as you update to 0.16 because we introduced Async IO. That's an unfortunate moment in time. But if you start now and 0.16 is going to come out in like a week or two, then you will not have written so many lines of code that it's going to be a chore to upgrade. It's not going to be that bad. So in the meantime, my recommendation is check out Zig Guide, check out maybe the book if you like that format. Use 0.15.2, and when 0.16 comes out, make sure to read the release notes. And at that point, you will definitely see these resources also start updating. Okay, here we're still building. Okay, so what are we doing now? We're waiting for Zig to finish building. Once it finishes building, then we're gonna see if our main build succeeds. Also, I think this is another case where Neurosite did any of the changes that I made to TS, Bean, Query Gen, and company. Is any of this stuff useful to you? Or it's two files, build and TS Bean Query Gen. Any of this stuff useful to you, or I can even send you like a patch. I don't know, as Discord message. I have no idea. Um, if it's useful to you, then great. If it's not, then I don't know. Let me know. I can even show you the diff in the meantime, which is really not much. Okay. Yeah, I mean they were fairly trivial. The only non-trivial one is this: adding the juicy main argument and then uh, the new way of grabbing a slice of arguments. This is it. The only stuff. Everything else is silly mechanical changes. Yeah, the translate C crash is annoying, especially because I'm getting it also with use clang set to true. So, okay, so for people watching who might not know what I'm talking about, previously when translating C header files to Zig code in order to use those header files, so you would do in your code at C import, and then you would, then you would import a bunch of C header files, and then you could transparently access those definitions. The way this worked is that there's behind the scenes a thing would translate those definitions from C code to Zig code, to equivalent Zig code. That was cool. But the plan is to get rid of our dependency on LLVM. And part of this process was dependent on, well, more precisely, was dependent on Clang. We were using Clang to expand macros and parse the C source code. So if we want to get rid of LLVM, which means that we need to get rid also of Clang, so essentially make those optional components. So don't freak out if you're depending on ZigCC. Don't worry, that's not going to go away. But in order to make Clang an optional component, so essentially we need to be able to do our own header translation stuff, and this is where Arrow comes in. So Veika has been working on a C compiler called Arrow CC, which is going to be essentially I don't know what to call it, backend, front end. Call it the backend. It's going to be the backend that we're going to use to translate, to expand macros and parse C header C files. But it's a new project. C header files are arbitrarily weird. Like people do arbitrarily weird things with C header files. So what happened is that when ROCC was turned on, then a bunch of non-trivial C header files would fail to parse. And so in the meantime, to unblock yourself, you would have to set use Clang to true, so that we would keep using Clang in the meantime. It surprises me that right now, what we're getting is an error that even happens when using Clang. Although, you know what? Now that I think about it, a bunch of people, you know what? I think this was mentioned at the last core team meeting. Oh my God, I'm having flashbacks. Yeah, I think this was mentioned. You know what? I bet you that this build of the compiler will succeed. Yeah, they did talk about it. Yeah, I bet you that this is now going to work. No need for a debug build of the compiler. That does mean that factually we are depending for Zine on a more recent version of Zig than the one that we were talking before. But I mean, it's a different story. So seems that we're getting there. LVM emit object. Let's go. Let's go. How far along are we? Oh, macro flash. Let's go. We are close to having the build start, hopefully. And at that point, I will finally be able to start getting compile errors in the Zig project proper. Right now, I'm recompiling the Zig compiler because I think that the version that I have of the build that I was using of master branch has a issue with translate C that I believe has been fixed since that release. And so with this new version of the compiler, hopefully we'll be able to have the build stage essentially finally succeed. We'll see. Man, Metro Flash is taking a while, huh? There we go. 3144. Let's see if 44 commits are enough to make a difference. Check out my ninja moves. I'm just gonna click here and do Z1. This might not seem like much, but funnily enough, this has never worked before. This is like a new thing that Ghosty and Fish know how to do. Oh yeah, look at this. The build is running now. Oh man, I freaking knew it. Okay, build is running. Don't worry, it's gonna fail soon. But in the meantime, we're building our dependencies. Is it better to develop Zig on a MacBook or on Linux? And Neurosite pushed flow syntax. Oh man, delightful. Thank you, Neurosite. What a delightful timing. So Is it better to develop Zig on a MacBook or on uh, Linux? I think it depends on what you're doing. So Zig is multi-platform. Oh no, wait a second. We still have this problem. Never mind. This problem persists. That is unfortunate. Even this problem survives even the Zig one. Damn, that is horrible. Okay, I'll answer this question in the meantime. So Zig is multi-platform, so you will have a good time using Zig on Mac, on Linux, and on Windows as well. I mean, on Windows, it's not going to be as a good time as on the other platforms, but it's not because Zig is worse. It's just because Windows sucks. And I kind of mean it. Like, if you have, for example, the antivirus stuff turned on Windows, you will find that compilation is going to be much slower, simply because libcs have a bajillion files, and the antivirus will slow significantly file access speed on Windows. So, like, if you want to have a good time on Windows, you kind of have to disable that thing. You have to turn on symlinks. For some reason, on Windows, symlinks are a development feature that you have to manually enable. I don't know why. I'll say though that on macOS, for example, you will not be able to run Valgrind, and I don't know if GDB works. LLDB works, but like some instrumentation will not gonna work well. One that drives me nuts is that strace will not work. So some of the tuning that you generally want to rely on when doing systems programming will not even work well on new macOS. So from that perspective, the best, like, the less restrictive experience is on Linux. Um, um, for Zig, I would not recommend to use WSL2 on Windows. But setting that aside, I guess the point is, um, well, the things that I just mentioned, plus the fact that if you if you're doing like application development, like you're doing something that is not too system specific, either is fine. If you're doing something that is more tied to the OS, for example, my static site generator has a file watcher for Windows, a file watcher for macOS, and one for Linux. You kind of would like to be able to develop um, each OS specific implementation, and at the very least test it on each different OS. So, I mean, you can do it with Zig, and it works fine. And at that point, you might benefit from having whatever machine it is that you need at your disposal. In my case, I have macOS. I have a Linux VM in here. This is NixOS. And then I have another computer that you don't see, which has Windows. So when I need to do Windows specific stuff, I jump on the Windows machine. And then I jump back as soon as I am done. So, so long story short, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. Quick question. Is the new I.O. interface somewhat stable now? It is. 0.16 is about to release, and the I.O. interface will be not complete 100%, but it will be definitely passes the somewhat stable bar. Yes. So I'm sad. I'm sad because even this translate C is pooping itself. That is really, really sad. Also, so we can fetch now neurosite flow syntax. Neurosite, do you have a? I guess I can discover it myself. Okay, so master branch is following Zig. Cool. There we go. So now I can do this without overriding tree and flow syntax. Let's see how this goes. I mean, we're still gonna hit the same problem here. So this is unfortunate. I think this might be some regression somewhere in translate C that needs to be fixed separately. And I cannot touch Zine until we fix this. I mean, I could try. I guess what I could do is turn off everything woofs related temporarily, but it kind of sucks. I want to just double check that we are correctly doing use clang here. Yeah, this is saved. Use clang is definitely true. Oh wait, it's even true by default. Interesting. This is even true by wait. Use clang false. I doubt that this is the way to fix it. I mean, it's still a problem. I doubt that this is gonna do anything good for us. Okay, so you know what that means? That means that we need this means that we're gonna need stage 4 build. Why am I not getting? There we go. Stage 4 build. Okay, so translate C fails no matter what we put in here. So this can be like this. So long story short, there's really nothing. Yeah, there is nothing in here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there's really nothing much going on with this project here. So okay, do we get Z2? That's our Zig 2. Oh, you know what? I think I'm kind of dumb. I think we did not need to. Generating function Zig build ID parse. Reach unreachable code. Mm, 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 mm. So I think this is the custom backend, which is having trouble. Okay, things are getting complicated because there's a custom backend in the mix. There's the fact that translate C is a different executable. I think there might even be a flag for defining if we want the translate C executable to be release whatever or debug. So I need to look into this. Um, hmm. Yeah. Why do you prefer macOS? Right now I'm using macOS, but sometimes I switch to Linux and I stay there for months. Um, I'm in a macOS mood right now because I was working on a Discord alternative and I implemented the native stuff for macOS since I have a macOS machine, and I left the Linux stuff to other people. So I don't know. I don't have a big answer. Do. Okay, so let me grab another cup of tea. I'm gonna refill my cup, and then we take a look at the help menu. And I think the help menu will have some flags that are useful for what we're trying to understand. Okay. So give me the help. Oh, this doesn't work though because okay, so we need Zig to help. Let's see what we have in here. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, oh, this is bad. So there's a bunch of commands and they all accept flags. We can do Zig build minus H, but the problem is that yeah, this poops itself no matter what. Hmm. Okay, if I do Zig build xz-h, what do we see? Debug options. Verbose, verbose, verbose. Start from the top. Emit. Global compile options. F clang, F no clang. There you go. F LLVM, F no LVM. I think we want this. Let's see how this goes. Oh, this still encounters this problem. Interesting. Am I putting this flag too late? No. Am I doing something wrong in here? Let's look at the things that you can define. So, project specific options, blah, blah, blah. libc, static LVM, enable LVM. I think this, we don't know what the defaults do. That's unfortunate. So we might need to turn it on to be sure. You know what? That build was too fast. When we did this build, it was very fast, and I suspect it's because we didn't have the LLVM backend enabled. Okay. Let's see how it goes now. Anything else in here? IO mode. Okay. Okay, so far so good. We're using LLVM, so we're making progress. We're using a debug build of the compiler, so everything is going to be much slower than normal. like in our release build, all this stuff would take, I think, an instant. Now it's like individually they would all take an instant. Now they are much slower. Um, okay, perfect. So this flag, shit. This flag we can get rid of. So we never even specified it correctly. That's fine. And now we have this. Okay. And we still get the same problem. Okay. LLDB. See if this is any better. Run. Okay, no, I think we're still making okay, so I think there's a separate flag that defines the release mode of how this tool is compiled. And we need to do something about it. I think technically this might even be, maybe we can change this with Zig translate C. Oh, I've never had to debug the translate C executable, so I need to learn this stuff. Um, the problem is we don't know what command builds translate C. And so we don't know how to make oh, wait. I think this stuff might help. Debug incremental, debug RT, debug build compiler runtime libraries with mode optimization. I think this might be it. Debug link snapshot, debug compilers, debug log. You know what? I think this might be it. Although this is not a, I don't know. It might or might not be. I don't know. Let's see. um, okay, let's see if this has improved in any way. No, this is not what defines the build mode of tools. Ah, damn. Okay, so here's what we can do. We can go into the Z compiler. What are you using woofs for? I'm using woofs for finding out statically image sizes so that you have, so that SuperMD can hard code. I mean, also Super HTML, but mainly SuperMD can hard code width and height of an image to speed up page rendering. It's definitely not a key feature. And frankly, it's a ginormous, and right now, particular, especially annoying dependency to have just for this reason. Yeah. I don't know. So annoying. I just want to figure out though how to I just want to figure out how to make a debug build of translate C. Mm, build ID, debug log, debug package config, debug RT, verbose. Hmm. None of these match what we need right now, I think. Okay, what else could we do? Let me think about it. We can do this. We can do git log, search, translate C. What do we have in here? Separately. By the way, does the README happen to say anything about what to do with it? We could add this as a dependency. Oh man, but this is stuck to 5 months ago. Okay, no, this is definitely archived. I mean, oh yeah, of course. Why? Wait, this is an old commit then. So it's been a while since any of this stuff has been touched, is it? November 2025. Oh, okay. So this stuff has not been touched in a while. Okay, let's take a look at what's in Colbert.org. Okay, so this guy is definitely more up to speed. Okay, nothing new in terms of how to debug stuff. I guess we can make it a dependency. We might as well try, I guess. Oh wait, it's Wolf doing the C translation, right? Yeah, there's nothing else really that we can do here, I think, other than link libc. Okay, let's try. Wait, have translate C. Okay, how do you use this bad boy? Import translator. Oops. So translator, then this. Some module dot add import translated. Um, hmm. I think what we were doing here is essentially creating a woofs module that contains the translated header file and then using it right away. So that would be I wonder if there's a like a better way of doing this. There's no this in build translator. What does translator have then? You don't even know. Otherwise, I would be able to go to definition if you knew. Uh, and then woofs mode.link library. Okay. Okay, there you go. Now I think this doesn't matter. What's funny is that now it doesn't matter. We can use the normal Z compiler that we downloaded. Oh, god damn it, man. Wait, can I not click on there? Trying to check cache. Dot woofs to translate dot h. Oh, wait. That is fair. That is fair indeed. And I think this shows us our problem. Jesus. Okay. ACLE intrinsic support not enabled. How do we even get in there? Oh man. You know what? Let's take a look for a moment at the original project. What a pain in the ass. Did they release anything new, by the way, in the meantime? Um, 0.4 alpha 9. Okay, fine. So lib, no. Oh, release C. Right. Hmm. So the problem is to do somehow with how the native target interacts with the resolution of stuff, etc. I am on an ARM Mac, yes. Ah. So if defined this stuff, hmm. So there's a lot of capability checking going on. Yeah, somehow we get in here. So this doesn't even tell us how we ended up going in there, though. Use of a known built-in. No, you know what? I'm taking this back. This is kind of a big problem. Why are we erroring out with this stuff? Why are we erroring out with this stuff, which is in our standard library? This is in the standard library, so it shouldn't be a problem. Do we at any point exit the standard library? I mean, yes, the answer has to be yes, but damn. I think we're not doing well with these attributes. So there's a ton of errors inside woofs. Type specifier missing what? Defaults to int. Error inline can only appear on functions. Do we need some like C99 thingy of some kind? What are the other options that we can do in here? Oh, since the build doesn't succeed, we never get to see that thing. Okay. Yeah, what a weird problem to have. Okay, what are we using to create this thing? Init. There's no function init. Are you serious? Okay, am I going insane? We're literally doing translator.init. And we are in translator to see, right? Oh man, I wish these browsers stopped fucking hiding from you which URL you're in. I cannot believe how function init doesn't resolve. What the heck? Okay, let's clone this repository. I don't know why I'm attempting to use search like this. Oh, it's because I was looking at the wrong one. That's the one that we're looking for. Okay, that explains it. So, okay, what are the options? Name, C source file, target optimized link libc warnings, module libs. Should libraries be imported as modules or installed? Should static functions be translated as pub? Should function bodies be translated? Should literals that were expanded from macros be translated as uses of those macros? Should struct fields be default initialized? control when to treat a training array as a flexible array member. Default 2. Hmm. Huh. Well, this is a problem. I think essentially we are facing a bug in translate C. Um, what freaks me out though is why are we not having this problem with the normal Clang based translate C? In the past, setting use Clang to true would be enough to fix any problem, but now that does not seem to be the case. So I guess we can do translate C dash F Clang to try it out. Okay, let's try it out. Yeah. So Zig translate C dies attempting to do this. The F Clang flag doesn't save it from crashing. F no Clang also causes it to crash. Here's a thing though. Zig up 0.15.2 now it works. Okay, so this is the problem. There's a bug in translate C that survives there survives a lot of stuff. Now this is a big problem though because um this is target specific to a good degree. Out of curiosity, what if I do Zig master and then we do translate C F Clang dash the target. No, it's not the target. It's dash target. Yeah, single dash target. Dash target Arch 64 macOS. Even with a baseline one, it fails. X86 64. Oh, that works. God damn it! It's an Arch specific thing. Fuck. So we with x86-64, it's fine. It's Arch specifically. That is so annoying, man. Arch Linux also problematic. Yeah, translation failure. But why is the Clang stuff pooping itself now? That part surprises me. Function like macro int32 underscore C is not defined. But it's an std int, so no, this is a thing that apparently is defined. Oh no. And I bet you that 0.15.2 didn't have any trouble with this. Oh. Oh, you know what? That is definitely something that we should also do with master branch. Yeah, we should link libc. That's fair, although I don't think that... Okay, so with this it works. Wait. Okay, with this it does not. So arch... So... Okay, so x86... Essentially, x86 64 works. Like Windows. Yeah. It's arch. God damn it. Yeah, I'm under the output matrix. Eh. Out of curiosity, so this one works fine, right? What about F no clang? Oh, okay. It's just R64 macOS. That is annoying. Okay. I'm thinking that we could... I mean, I'm not going to make a release right away. So we could definitely... Let me think about it. Can I avoid making a release? Yes, because the ZSF CI doesn't depend on this. I can make a temporary release where we... yeah, well, we literally hard code one of these guys for, in the case of Arch 64, as a temporary thing. The problem is that this sucks. So here's how we do it. Translate C, let's do fclang. Target Arch64 macOS LC. Okay, so that means that in here, you know, Oh, actually, this is not even if. Oh God. Um. No one. I guess we could switch on it. So if it's true, like this. Oh my God. What an adventure. Okay, I did not expect this to be to take this long. Holy cow. So what have we concluded? We have concluded that well, I can now start the work. Because the build now goes through, and then we start essentially having a bunch of usages of APIs that don't exist anymore, and similar issues. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We want to you know what? I think I even had a flag to disable wolves. Now that I think about it. No, I only have a flag to disable 3-seater. Okay. So now this runs. And we can even do dash f incremental and watch if we want. Come on. Oh, incremental. Uh-oh. Or not. Maybe we can't. Never mind. Never mind. Can we do at least watch without incremental? Come on, this one we can. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we can start our adventure. Main.zig. Have a good night, Diablo. Okay, what does Progress Star want? It wants IO. Well, okay, there we go. That's our main function. So let's make it a juicy main function. Um, oh, I fear these might also be gone. Oh man, I hope that this is not gone yet, because if it is gone, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna have to refactor a bunch of things. Does the LS work in here at all? That does not seem to be the case. Um, Yeah, zero less does not seem to be helping us much. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that is fine. Okay. We have this window here that can help us. Args alloc. Yeah, so this is not like this anymore. This is now try init.minimal.args.to slice init.arena.allocator. Next problem. Expected type out of memory and expected found over or overflow. So overflow is not part of the error set anymore, it seems. Unexpected. Okay. The error set has changed a bunch. Whew. Why the dot minimal is why isn't it init args? Think of it as an onion, because you can ask for a full init and that gives you a bunch of things that take resources, either memory or CPU, to create, like a hash map for the environment variables and a pre-instantiated arena locator. So if you don't want those, you can ask for a dot minimal directly, and dot minimal will contain only the basic things without any of the outer fancy stuff. And so minimal is nested inside of the main init. So essentially you can either ask for the outer or for the inner struct. Yeah, so that's how it works. Okay, so now I have a channel implementation that I guess I could replace with the new channel implementation. Oh, this sucks. So if I copy the thread pool, okay, I was originally thinking of copying the thread pool from Zig. Um, but then I also will need to have to copy around mutexes. I fear I might need to copy a lot of stuff, more than I'm actually willing to copy. I think I might be forced to upgrade. Alternatively, I could fix everything else and then leave that for last. So like I could find all instances of std.fs, change them to IO. Um, Actually, is this still there? Oh, that is still there. Okay. Oh, yeah, I did do that right. Okay. I need to redo everything because, oh, you know what? This file is almost done, so it's not too bad. Okay, this is fine. Okay, no, this is okay. Uh, hmm. So we know also that this is like this. Open there, absolute. Hmm. Do we have something like this? I think this function might be gone. Oh no, it's under there. Okay. Oh, it's just that IO was not defined in here. Fair. Maybe you could argue that IO should be something saved inside the watcher. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we certainly have a bunch of errors now that we're gonna need to fix, without a doubt. Okay, you know what? This is super boring stuff. I have to do this a bajillion times more. So I think I'm gonna stop the stream here. Kind of a mixed bag. I think things were going pretty nicely until we hit that weird translate C error where I didn't know exactly what to do. I think it took me way too long to diagnose exactly what the problem was and find like a temporary workaround for it. But I did not expect it to be something specific to Arch64 like an interaction between Arch64 and translate C for some reason. So that was surprising. But yeah, I'm gonna stop the stream here. I need some time to get used to longer streaming schedules. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I hope that at least some of the stream was more entertaining than what this next part is gonna be for me. And yeah, see you all next time. Thank you all.